we're 60 points off the track, baby.
In Japan, where the sun will always shine, traditions collide with the future's line. Through city streets and temples high, find your story beneath the sky. Waves scratch, pumping our sense, harmony flows to the best of lands. In the neon glow, where is best, the culture rich, where resistance in the morn of grace. We'll dance the night with every star, a guiding light. In Japan, where the sun will always shine, traditions collide with the future's line. The cherry lanes and
Well, I just
soaring
got myself an
heights,
AS
find your
valve already.
magic near the moonlit nights.
Alrighty, guys. Well, I have actually been utilizing a new thing because I have been, doing it. I have been telling you guys a lot. Well, I am going to tell you that, there's a few things that I need to really respond. Okay? First off, there is absolutely a lot of information related to autism today that I just wanted to quickly go over. I'm not gonna like gloss over the whole. I'm gonna probably gloss over a few things on it, but we are going to tell you. The primary thing today that's gonna be focused on is, yes, a lot of it's going to be political. And we always do political content here in the afternoons. Political content, I always talk politics, but I only do it in the sense of the things that where I get my information from, and I just want you guys to know that in no way, shape, or form that all of my information does not exclusively come from, these other places. From a lot of places. It comes from a lot of Midas Touch, exclusively Midas Touch, David Pacman, Brian Telecon, these people, but I just like to really put my 2 cents in a lot of these things. Sometimes it doesn't help, and that's understandable. But there is a couple of things that I do want to share with you guys for some news. For some context, I have something new that I'm going to be slowly working on. I'm going to be working on getting upgraded to some things that we need to share with you guys. We have 3 things within the within American Truck today. I would not be coming back to American Truck right now if it wasn't for a update to American Truck. Surely, we have something that I wanted to really preface, is we are going to stick to 1.55 here on American Truck. Euro Truck is going to be going to 1.56 here soon. Because we will be slowly shifting things over. But, you guys, I want you to know that when I say ProMods, we aren't just going to be using ProMods anymore for American Truck. American Truck is shifting. And we're shifting to adding things within to this game that you guys probably are going to see some things that are here. Now, this is going to change at some point, hopefully when I do get a job. But let's take a look at our navigation. Right now, I selected a job. I did a small little job last night just because I wanted to do it. We basically ended up over here and for it. But if we go and look, we have something very, very new. And if you notice that we have some more locations. However, if you notice, we do not have these. You can tell that we do not have these maps, these portions of these things. We do got East St. Louis here, is as far as we can go to close to Missouri, but we can now go all the way down to Florida if we so desire, and we can come out here as well, it seems. But I don't know how we would get out to some of those islands, to be honest. And we can go all the way up to there. So, we've got a lot of stuff added in. We've got some new stuff, more. We got actually more cities, locations in some of these areas. I do not own these 6 right here. If I owned all 6 of those, we would have so much more location, and we'd be able now now so we've got a lot for just ProMods itself. This isn't just ProMods, guys. Because I wanted to really preface that I showed you the things that we have within the game itself, but we aren't just using pro mods. I now have 40 mods available to us. We have ProMods North American background map. We have more American cities in Colorado, coast to coast, beyond coast to coast, Reforma fix, beyond by TerraMaps 1, TerraMaps, we have all those. We have Discover Oregon, and the Altoona Islands, Better Arizona, more American cities, Washington, Better Project, more American cities, Idaho. And then we have the ProMods, and stuff. And all of these are the mods that I do use. So if you wanted to know what I use, those are all the mods. I would love to use the full screen maps. I would love to use Discover North America. But unfortunately, I am missing Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, and I'm missing all 6 of those. So I can't use Discover North America right now. I would also love to use that, but I'm also missing I'm missing 5 of the DLCs for it. So we don't have all of the DLCs available to us there. I would love to access Coast to Coast ATS thing. I would love to use Reforma, but I can't use Reforma because it is because we have Reforma 2.94.1 for 1.56. We can't use that yet because we do not have it. And so and this was designed in ATS 1.54. This should work if I upgraded. We also could use Reforma if we started upgrading. Like this version was designed in that we'll be able to utilize some of these already, so I won't have to re-download. We are using better Arizona Reforma, which 1.56. The ATS 1.56, I am able to activate and use this right here. So we can Reforma once ProMods, guys. Once ProMods gets updated, like some of these I can't use, like this connects coast to coast to ATS EXP only, but I can't use that either. You know, there are some mods I don't have, like this one here. We can unsubscribe from you because we can't use you because it's broken, literally broken. I would love to use the ATX expansion, but I can't use it because I don't have the mods. I don't have that. I'm unsubscribing from you as well. Because I'm not utilized. There's some of this that I'm not utilizing. Kenworth. Yep, I'm gonna unsubscribe from you too. I'm unsubscribing from things that I don't use at all because it's the whole point of it is like the red pulsing red barrier. I don't use that. I use the other one. So we don't need you. Stuff that says it's incompatible are mostly because I am missing some things. But we do got some more stuff to utilize for American Truck. The reason why I did this is I was gonna think about doing this for Euro Truck, but a lot of the stuff that I would use in Euro Truck would absolutely fail on me for a lot of it. Um, so I just removed a couple of mods. I unsubscribed from 3 mods that I don't use. I don't want to use these things. So I use the Beyond mod. I use a lot of these mods now because I want to be able to start utilizing mods from multiple different processes. I wanted to start actually utilizing ProMods, and I wanted to get more out of the game of American Truck right now. There isn't a lot that I can play in American Truck compared to Euro Truck right now, and so I was trying to figure out what can I do to get more process and more going on, um, and stuff. I do use this because I can't see from my left hand side when it's like that. But I'm going to tell you, I am somebody that um, happens to love the ability for a game like this. You know, I am also somebody that if you look at the things that I pertain to look at and look at across the aisle and look at things, I am going to tell you I am somebody that, you know, I am somebody that you got to realize that I'm not going to go after the um after a lot of things, but I do go after some things like, I how can I put it this way? Basically, the thing that I wanted to talk about is autism, and specifically autism in a way that I wanted to share with you guys. And autism, like, yes, autism is not a something that I support. Is an understatement. I actually support it. I absolutely am willing to continue to support the community of that, as well as support other communities and supporting them on it. And a lot of people don't understand that why do we have they were basically saying, oh, 1 in whatever, but now it's like 1 in 12, 1 in 10. You know, I want you to understand something, that 1 in 12 or 1 in 10 or whatever, it Donald Trump basically said 1 in 10 or 1 in 20. Um, it's like, or whatever. It's like, it's yeah. Um, I am gonna tell you that I am somebody that when you look out at me and you look at the autism, yes, there may be correlations and there may be links to things. Why autism? Why do we have autism? autism. And I want you all to understand something here real quick. Is that I want you to understand that when you look at something from in the autism, they want to link autism to whatever they can to link it to, and they're trying to figure out why are so many more people. It's just because we have better understanding, better knowledge. Like I'll tell you something. Like in 2000, guess what? Did you know I was not diagnosed until 2007? I was not diagnosed until 2007, and actually it was just right before then that I was getting that care before in 6th grade because of my stupid father. Okay? I could have been diagnosed in 2000 with it, and guess what? I would have been part of that statistic. But guess what? There are a lot of people who are self-diagnosing who are autistic, who shouldn't be self-diagnosing. They need to actually get diagnosed. But I want you to know something, and I want you to know that they're wanting to put autism, linking it to Tylenol. They're wanting to link it to why are these things going on, and I'm like, you don't even know half of what autism is. If you think that it's because they're linking it to Tylenol, they even said that they linked it to vaccines, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, autism is not linked to these things because none of these people are listening to God. None of these understand that a lot of these people who have autism have what? A lot of these people, to me, are God's children, and everybody's God's children. And a lot of these people who are autistic, are having they're having this issue of blaming something when arise in things. I want to be really understanding of something. Okay, it runs in my family. It literally runs completely in my family. I'm not the only one in my family that has autism. Okay, my aunt possibly has autism and not diagnosed because there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things, my aunt pretty much, could possibly have it and it's not diagnosed. Okay? Not diagnosed one bit at all. All. And want to know why? Because somebody that age would have not been diagnosed back then with it. Because nobody in any way would know that that people get diagnosed, that people who may be diagnosed today is because we have better understanding. And I want to be really frank that I'm not the only one in my family. I am going to tell you the reason why I'm not the only one is because if my brother, okay, happens to have another child that has autism, guess what? It's linked into the family. Because I have it and I'm 30 years old. I'm 30 years old. There are going to be people that think that, autism is linked to whatever, and it's like, look, you don't realize that you can be diagnosed be diagnosed and be missed. Like, there are going to be cases out there that you can be diagnosed with something and be and diagnosed one way that you have autism, but then you could be diagnosed and misdiagnosed because it could be just ADHD. Because it could just be um because it could just be a learning disorder that is not related to autism. Just because we have some of these things, like, people will diagnose people wrongly, and it happens all the time. There are cases out there where people who have been diagnosed with one thing, and then they realize that what they had was that they aren't surviving, they aren't getting the care that they need because they've been diagnosed um, with this disease, but it's actually this disease, this other disease. Some people will misdiagnose the COVID-19 with the flu, and vice versa, because some of these diseases, like all these diseases that we have, they're also similar to each other, and also similar that sometimes we make mistakes and we misdiagnose something because we don't know all the signs, or we do and it's just sometimes it happens on all fronts. On all fronts. It happens. It makes and doesn't mean that there are a lot of people that get missed, mass produced because they make a mistake. We are human. We aren't expected to make everything right. We aren't like we aren't like God, who can tell us everything and tell us what we need to know and how to get things done, because sometimes we also don't listen to him either. I'm one of those people that don't listen. I'm one of those people that do not listen properly. I will admit that. Okay? I should have sat down right now. Um I could have been live at 4 o'clock. I could have been live at 4, and I could have been like I normally would. I could have applied for jobs. Um but I am going to specifically tell you that I am no way, shape, or form I'm going to listen to everything that is being said by Donald Trump and listening to everything that's being said by him, because everybody will claim that he's the savior, that he's our that he's the one that's going to bring back sense to this country. He's not the savior. He's not the thing. A god, somebody who is God does not announce does not announce that he's God, that he's someone there, when you cannot even mention a favorite scripture, when you cannot mention the scriptures itself, and actually can go in and actually paraphrase and actually talk about scriptures. You aren't with God when you cannot even seem to for me, I know that there are people out there that do just believe in the Bible, but I believe also in the Book of Mormon, that which reaffirms that the Bible is true. Okay, the Bible is absolutely true. Okay, it doesn't mean that there may be some human elements into the Bible that shouldn't be in there, but that's why I'm telling you that, we, like, if you actually looked at my Bible, my scriptures, I have the official released officially released Bible, the King James version of the Bible. Okay? And not only do I have the officially released Bible, the King James version, but what I have is I have my quad, which, to be honest, I haven't touched my physical scriptures in years because I've been using so much the digital set. I have a digital set that's provided by my church, but on my quad, it comes with the it comes with pretty much the Bible, the Book of Mormon, the Doctrine and Covenants, and the Pearl of Great Price. And it also, not only does it come with that, it also comes with the Joseph Smith translation of things. Okay? And within the Joseph Smith translation, all it does is just basically looks at the Bible itself. Okay? I'm not gonna say that in the Joseph Smith translation it's separate from the actual Bible itself. So if you actually come in and actually grab my scriptures, you would actually look at the it, and that Bible does not have any changes or any altercations to it. Hey, Marina Lopez, thanks for joining the Trovo stream. Thank you. So it's like you can't just rely on and say that you are a Christian when you cannot reference the Bible in any way, shape, or form. When you cannot absolutely go and say what's your favorite scripture. In mine, I don't have technically a favorite scripture, truly. Okay? I just look, but my favorite sets of scriptures are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I am doing fantastic to the most part today. Most part. I'm not saying everything, because we'll get into why I'm not completely, but when you are somebody like that, you have to be able to be willing to mention a scripture, mention that, and have that knowledge that you are a Christian, that at least you are able to mention your favorite scriptures. Like, I have somebody that would mention their favorite scripture as the Revelations. Loved Revelations, read every single one, and consistently reread it. Okay? But, well, thanks, by the way. But when you look at those things, you can't just um, believe that, my other set of scriptures, my favorite set, is First Nephi and the Book of Mormon. And the reason why I like that is because I've read it so many times. The first and second, I can never, for whatever reason, it's the same thing. It's like I can never finish reading the book, and it's not that I start it and then then I never end up finishing it. But I still go in and I still study and I still go to things and I still reference when people mention the Bible. I always go and look up the Bible. I always look up what verse they're using, and then I go and study from that verse, and going around and utilizing highlighted blues on my digital version. Why I don't have a good overlay? Because I don't need a good overlay. I just had it's a trans overlay. It's what I have is I have my only other overlay that I have is for Japan. Man, so I don't but I used to use the Japan one, but then I had this little thing in the middle that I didn't like, so I just use that. I have, I've changed over the time. I've changed so many times through a few things trying to come up on with one, and I just came up with my own and stuff. I don't need anything made for myself. I actually have everything that I do. I have my own start screen. I have my own everything already done for it. Some of them aren't done by me. I already had somebody else work on the start screen and worked on it. I paid somebody to do it. That anybody can go and use. I'm not the only one that can just use it. I actually went to Etsy and actually found some overlays over there, and I found a whole bunch. I currently use a lot of overlays and things from Stream Elements, and I cannot drive properly around here. This is really problematic. But I will say, I don't ask for no solicitation of work. I don't need it. It's part of my things down there in the rules. If you don't read the rules, then you probably should go read those before you text and chat. Because it doesn't matter. I don't have the money. I don't have the funds right now, so don't have a job. Working on that right now, so for that. But getting back to the scriptures, it's like when I always ask people, and why can I can always reference at least my favorite scriptures, because I always make and do things that absolutely help me to understand that I study. I don't just like when I talk about, somebody was talking about the thing is when Trump does not want to give up. Like, the thing is, I always ask people, if you are willing to give up your wealth and willing to give it up, and you just need to be need to have some understanding that if God comes and asks you to do something, and for example, like giving up your wealth, you probably should really do it. You should probably really give up that wealth. But if you aren't willing to give up that wealth unless God tells you to, you're in no way, shape, or form with God, because you're only wanting to listen to God when God's right there telling you all the time. It's like, God's telling you a lot of things in real time. Some of us just don't choose to listen to him. Some of us just don't choose to do things, you know? And especially getting vaccinated. It's like, for me, it's like, I didn't want to get vaccinated. Okay, I didn't want to get the COVID-19 vaccine because I wasn't quite for sure. I was somebody that was a skeptic on that issue, and I changed my mind. I actually kind of realized that I listened to God. I listened to Him. He affirmed it to me, through the Holy Ghost, and He also affirmed it through the prophet. And so I went and was like, okay, I'm gonna get vaccinated. And this was after the fact. It's just that the prophet reaffirmed it, reiterated it, and for a lot of people who think that I am being hyperbolic when I say things like this, I am not. I am not somebody that's going to give up on my thing. And for anybody who says that, oh, you don't know anything, it's like, then tell me this: if I don't know anything, then why did my prophet, who is a doctor nonetheless, who is a doctor, who has knowledge and understanding on these things, you don't know anything. You are somebody that does not know or want to listen to doctors, not listen to the truth. You only want to listen to what you want to hear. Only what you want to hear, not what God wants you to hear. And I'm not perfect at this, okay? I will admit that. I'll admit that. And it's the same thing, but I will tell you, autism is not gonna be a problematic when there's like 1 in 10 now are seeing it. Well, if there's 1 in 10, it just means we have better understanding of it. And autism is a spectrum. It's not. Autism used to be. They used to have autism as, they used diagnosed with Asperger's at the time. But guess what? They wouldn't diagnose me anymore like that. They would diagnose me as autism. Just autism in general, because there's so many different variations of autism that being diagnosed with one, it's going to be like, some people will have extreme versions of autism. Extreme. Some will have just high functioning autism. And I'm one of those that, you get an idiom in front of me, or you get something that I quite don't understand. I have to go and actually look up a thing to understand it. I have to go and actually take that and see, okay, what does that mean? And I still quite don't understand everything. Because people don't get that. I don't understand facial expressions like a lot of people. It's taken me a little bit to understand, and I still don't quite understand it. And I'm going to tell you that that's the case, that a lot of people don't seem to really get. A lot of people don't seem to get this. A lot of people think that autism is just some bad thing, and it's not. A lot of times, it's like, it may be typical neural development that doesn't work properly, but let me be clear. Things that go on with it don't. You gotta think about two things. You gotta think about. You got to think about, would you rather have safety and protecting people and maybe having some developmental issues, protecting those around you? You know, it's gonna be one of those things that I would so happily do it. Okay, um, and autism is just a fantastic thing to have. Those people who have autism are God's children, are closer to God than the rest of us, than everybody else. According to my mom, anyway. Don't know if that's absolutely 100% true on that, but I do believe that in that shape. That I understand that it's hard. It's hard to really understand a lot of things when you don't understand. You're not autistic. You don't understand autism. You aren't If you aren't autistic, you aren't going to have a better understanding on oneself. Like, you aren't going to understand me because you aren't autistic. You aren't going to understand me because you never lived through my life. And and to be honest, um if I had the knowledge that I do now, and when I was 2000, in the early 2000s, I would have fully shifted my. I would have probably had transitioned a lot sooner. I probably would have made better understanding, but no, because I also had a parent that didn't want me to. And you know what? I was like, but my parents are supporting me now, but wasn't supporting me back then. Wasn't supporting me back then. It's like, my mom tried to shield me from it. Well, guess what? I did not know any. And look, I went to school, okay? I went to college. I went to college based on my teachers basically telling me I could not go to college. I went to college. I got a 2.0. Just like what I... Yeah, this is a thing that, a lot of people don't quite understand the autistic side of things. A lot of people don't understand it because they don't have a child, because they don't have anything. They don't, and they don't because they don't, because because and some do, but then they portray it as, oh, this was a horrible thing because it was done by pharmaceuticals. It was done by things, and it's like, but you got to realize that there's a lot of things that are problematic. Guess what? It's problematic because there's a lot of things that, you know, um, you know, um, I wonder if there's a connection. I'm missing, like, I can't get to Grand Forks. Um, I might just remove a lot of ProMod stuff and just add the greater cities. In remove coast to coast or things, because I don't have all the DLC for it. Um, yeah, this is really difficult turning. I'm gonna have to reduce, like, if I'm coming into Canada, I'm gonna have to go with the lower end sleeper, the 51, not the 71. Um, but a lot of people don't understand that you look at autism and you look at these things, they don't get it. It's like, I guarantee you some of you today don't understand it because It's the same thing. It's like you're not transgender. You don't understand what a transgender person is. You don't understand it because you aren't somebody that is grown up to be one. You aren't somebody that's out there as a thing. You don't have any thing. You aren't gay. You don't understand what gay is because you aren't one. Okay? People who are not gay, people who are yeah, I don't get it because there's like a road connection. Like I feel like that there is a road connection right here. Um Now, of course, I will finish this one doing the way that it's telling me to, but I'm probably going to remove some of the coast to coast, just basically cut out some of these things. Um, you know, but I will tell you as somebody who so that's the thing that I get on this autism thing is like these people don't understand, people don't listen, people don't see the truth and don't understand it. And it's like these people who are ice who are an ICE agent or these people they only listen because they're only told to do what they're told to do. They want a job, but that job is hurting millions of people. And ICE is not somebody that I want to really get in myself into. I don't want. There have been incentives where I was gonna sign up for ICE, $50,000 to sign up for ICE, just to sign on bonus, and I'm like, I'm not gonna sign up to be an ICE agent because if I ran for state legislator, if I ran in by state, I would find a way to run, and I'd run in and make sure that I go in and say, hey, basically what I want to do is just basically require that if you're going to be a ICE, you have to be without a mask, or you can be arrested in the state and be state persecuted, being taken to jail in the state of Minnesota. California did the same thing with ICE. California passed that law. And you have to show your face. If you are a law enforcement agency, you have to be showing your face. And if you don't show your face, basically states have the right to arrest you, and they have the right to put you into jail for it. And I would agree. I wonder, yeah, see, I feel like that there's some broken up portion right here. I might have to reconfigure the thing because I have to go around. I might have to reconfigure the order um, and put things in order because I don't think like I could just remove like there's a lot of things that that really bother me, and it bothers me that I can't do anything about it. It bothers me because it's one of those things that, you know, today it really bothered me when I saw ICE being taking people. That they're taking people, and they're taking people because they're protesting and because they're, yeah, you didn't see me coming, buddy. Really? You did not see me coming? Because I hope... Because look, I feel like that they're... And then we... Yeah, I feel like that there is... Like, see, there's some portions of this that I feel like are off. We might have to reconfigure some stuff because I just put it in willy-nilly. Let me save the game. Let me go. Let's find live 9 2022 20 live 9 2022 2020. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go to title screen. Okay. We're gonna fix our mod situation because I feel like that we have some issues with this. Okay, so what we need to do is I need to go find this. I need to go over here. We need to go find American Truck. .55, the American Classics. This is where I do. I have. Okay, so we cannot. I do not have Discover. I do not have the Western Canada. I do not have More Cities, Oklahoma. Do not have the ATS expansion. And I do not have Better Project Arizona requires dependent on Reforma. So we would have to so we'd have to remove project because I can't use the Reforma. I don't think. Let me check mods that we have active. Yeah, we do not have Reforma, so we cannot do Better Arizona either. So Better Arizona, because it requires Reforma, so we'll take that out. Since we're not using it. But we do use those. More cities: Idaho, ProMods, Canada, Washington's Extended, More Cities, Coast to Coast, Beyond Coast to Coast, and Discover Oregon. So it basically, so basically what we need to do is, okay, so that's right there. Misc Assets Updates ATS. I don't think I have that. Yep, I do not have that. Okay, so I'll generate the link for it. Okay. Okay, so this one, we got American truck, we got mods. Nice, one file. Okay. And now, what will be on? Because I'm not using the Reforma. I don't think. We'll see. We'll see. Hold on. We'll keep that there, but it needs to be. Okay, so we'll confirm these changes, then I'll go to mods active. Okay, miscellaneous updates. Assets. No full screen and no original loading screen. Because you can't do those two because they're on 1.56 and 1.56, so we can't use those. So this will be there. Because once you get 1.56, I think we'll be okay. Then, so now we've got you. Can't use you because you're on 1.56, not 1.55. They don't specify that. ProMods, they don't specify it. Because then we put ProMods. So actually, let's take out ProMods altogether. Okay, we're gonna take out all the ProMods. Okay, because it'll just be a lot easier. And then ProMods definition package. ProMods Canada what's Canada? Assets package, then definitions package. Assets package. Then we do the def map package, then model package afterwards. So then we go down here, map, and then models. Then we go Washington's extended. Washington's extended. More. Do I not have more city? Washington. And then more cities. More cities, Utah. More cities, Idaho. After more cities, Colorado. Because you have to make sure that you follow, and then beyond beyond coast to coast road connection. Okay. Then we need beyond Terra 1 maps. Okay, so that's going to go there. Then we need to put coast to coast down here. Discover Oregon's lair. Okay. And then we need to discover Oregon. Right there. And then everything else will be put below. We'll put below that. We'll see how that goes. Because we can't use project there. We'll confirm those changes. And then we'll load in, the rest of those will be just loaded in underneath. Because I always thought that you put the, and it's going to tell me that, we're missing better project, Arizona. It's probably going to tell me, hey, you need to go content change detected, updating navigation data. I don't think Project Arizona should affect the navigation system. But we'll see. If it does, then we'll just have to we'll just cancel the. Yep, game change detected. And we followed the list on hit. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to restart my computer. Because it might not have wanted to load because I have Project Arizona. Which is weird that Project Arizona would crash. And normally I probably should put the where it followed. I should probably switch the two where oh, I hate doing this. Because I followed the way that it told me. I shouldn't have followed it, but I did get rid of Project Arizona. So we'll check again. It might be that because it tells me to put the maps at the bottom and put the other things in higher priority. So we have a lot of these DLCs. The one I will switch is the DEF and the assets package, because I believe I believe if we look at this, like we have to follow that um um yeah, so I shifted those two around. um and we'll see how things go. I switched those two because you have to realize um that yeah, we might have to, if it breaks because of it, I will put I'll put it back in Project Arizona, but I will put it in for it because I think um no Western Canada expansion, the ATS expansion. Um yeah, we will still, yeah, we might just have to see. It might have broken the game. Um I could do more American cities, California, though. We can still keep that, but I don't. Um, okay. Pack. Okay, so we would need to put Reforma there. Reforma beyond fix. Um, coast to coast. Beyond by TerraMaps 1. Coast to coast. I'm seeing where Project Better Arizona would go right under California. Right above California. And so I'm going to put in. No. Not you. Project Better Arizona. Um, and stuff. So we have connections and things. Um, we might have to say we just go back a little bit, but it's just the connections though that has me installed. Um, you know, we can't do Discover North America, but um, Reforma Sierra Nevada region. But see, that's the connections for it. The Project Better Arizona Reforma connections. Um, we can throw that in because Project Better Arizona, Yeah, the reason why is because we um let me see, where would it be put onto the stack of things here? It would actually be put at the bottom of this list of those lists. Um, we will see how this goes. Um, because that's what we're going to do. And this is what I do, guys. Is I went to this thing. I was looking up how to install Project Japan, so I could use it with ProMods, just that specifically, and I could not get it to work. So I just ended up abandoning Project Japan because I really wanted to play Japan and stuff, and that's one of those things where um, I love Euro Truck, I love American Truck, I love these games, but Euro Truck is going to not get the ProMods treatment. Um, is not going to get the ProMods treatment. Um, like is not going to get the mods treatment like this will. Because American Truck, I want to be able to um basically have a lot more within this. Of course, I do not have all the maps currently, but I want to get all the maps for it. And if if I had the funds and say, look, it's on sale, like I will do the sale thing. I have all the things. I will go on sale um on these other maps and things and basically just buy them all. Like I have, like, if we absolutely go to the DLC page, um I do not have Louisiana, Iowa, okay, um Missouri, Arkansas, and Nebraska, and Kansas, and Oklahoma. But I do have, and if I click on Oklahoma right now, there is the ultimate bundle information. Um, like this comes with Oklahoma and Arkansas. But basically it comes with the cabin accessories, which I do not have for the American truck, but that's okay. But it come with Oklahoma and Arkansas. But you know, but I'm missing. Those are that would add only 2 additional states to my list at 17.99. But and it would be costing me effectively cheaper things. But the thing is, um, Iowa Iowa Freight and Fields basically. Um, I'm wanting to see not Missouri, Arkansas, Nebraska. I wanted to see if Nebraska's in anything. So no. So basically, if I wanted to go and get the extra Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma, basically, um, I would not, like, I don't get it. Why Oklahoma, um, like, I don't get why this bundle here, which is 17, which is basically you get this, that, and basically you're basically paying four, 4, 5, 6. Basically, I am paying 77.55 on it just to get all of those things. But I don't because if I go to the store page for American Truck, I'd have to restart this, of course. But I wanted to see that there's the premium edition that gives me both of those. That gives me 358 on that. And then we got the deluxe, which gives me the farm machinery. But like those are on their way. The Ram, Ford, the current agriculture is on its way too. But we got Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Nebraska. I could get all of them and be up to date. Um, me all up to date on all of this. And Iowa, but that basically means I can go to Oklahoma, just add to cart, okay? Okay. Um, add Kansas to cart, okay? And I'm just seeing how much it's going to cost me right now without any savings, pretty much. And then Iowa. Iowa. Um, and we got Oklahoma. Okay. Cart. So now, this is going to cost me $53 just to get everything in this thing. I don't have the funds. I don't have the money right now. So we're just going to completely remove everything. Why spend $53 if I had $53 lying on hand, you know? Then of course. And then where's the Project Reforma connections are put into place? Because we got Project California now needs to be added in. But better Reforma connections needs to be right there. Um, basically, ProMods Canada needs to be updated for this to work. For this year in Nevada. These won't work because they're already updated to the latest version. I'm waiting on ProMods. That's why. That's why. Um, that's why, because the Reforma Mega Resources and Reforma, they're sitting there. But since we're not using the Sierra Nevada, we can go down here. Copy mods, paste one file. For now, So then we'll confirm these changes. Then we'll go to mods, and then more California. Is goes right there. Confirm those. Load. We are going to keep the connection. And it might be that we have those connections available, but we just don't have the Reforma. But I did shift them around to and see if things change, see if we fixed anything. Because that's a problem that if we can't fix it, okay, let me make sure. See, now we got it fixed. We fixed it just by... We fixed some of these areas because they had to be fixed, situated, over maps. I know it tells me to do certain, put it in a certain way, but now we've got that connection brought back. The Osayos back. So let's do this. Let's go. We're gonna load this one here. I am not doing anything. We'll load this one. It says game change detected. Okay. Now let's go to cargo market. To merit. The Idaho one is gone now. So the one job that we were doing is gone. So basically, it would be gone. So we're just gonna load in. We're just gonna load in here. Free as the wind. Gonna tell me game detections detected. We'll just quick travel. And we'll just do this. Because we'll say that we traveled the locations. And then we've got it. Now, as you can see, we have a lot more cities, a lot more places to go. And stuff. Palau to Palau. That actually might be a fun one. It's 235 hours. Offer expires. Why not? Why not take Guard? Why not take rum? Just to Alaska. To the islands up there. Let's do it. Let's do something. Let's take this. We'll do service recommended on all of this. We'll do confirm. Yeah, I made it better. I fixed some of the issues. It's like you got to have it in a certain order, and I did put the ProMods. When ProMods tells me to do something and put it a certain way, I do it. Basically, we have to set it up the mod that way, because then it fixes, and it makes it so much easier. Like, I did miss a few things that broke the game. I shouldn't have started a thing that basically had to go all the way. That's the recruitment agency. Why are we taking rum from a Ford business place? Like, seriously. Like, why would we be taking... Like, we're sitting here. We're gonna be taking... From a Ford dealership. Maybe somebody dropped off some rum here and needed it delivered. Huh, sometimes this game does not look realistic. Delivering rum from a car dealership. I didn't know Ford made rum. This is ridiculous. This is weird. But alright. That's why I said I would work with the ProMods. I would work on getting a real company's thing for this game and actually fix some of those pesky road stuff. Like making sure that the rum should not be coming from here. Now of course we got some other things around us. You know, specifically if we go and we go to system we go to photo mode, because we got Ford here, but we've got it might be that we just had that somebody had dropped off some rum here, but it's like because there's not like it's not always a Ford, because there could be like, if we actually really think about it, we could have a place like, yeah, it's weird. It is weird. Guys, hold on. I gotta take a phone call. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. So I fixed it. I fixed the issue with the map situation. I could have easily took that 59 and just let it go, or the distance, but you know, for me, it's one of those things where I love video games, and I just love being able to. This is one of those things where I mod the game to make better experiences. But when you have, and I'm going to tell you, if you are somebody who has a American truck, I really want to preface. There's a guy that I might send him. Hey, you want some little bit more oomph out of your game? You just go and get more California, discover Oregon, add a couple of these Saharan Project Nevada, add California and then the Project Nevada thing. You will be able to. I think you'll be able to, like, you can run and get a lot more out of your game on it. Hold on, TikTok, you guys are gonna be cut off for a moment because I need to fix the game we're playing. I'm not playing Call of Duty. There we go. There we go. I realized just now that I'm on the wrong thing. But I will tell you that, you know, that I'm somebody that, you know, that it's going to be a thing, that I am somebody that you have to really think about what goes on in life and what goes on in everyday decisions. You can't just rely on, say, California. You can't just rely on, say, Trump to do his right. You can't just rely on states to do things right either sometimes. But mostly it comes down to the government. Trump not doing what's right. He said he was going to lower groceries. He hasn't lowered groceries. He hasn't lowered prices. It's like a lot of people need to really understand that you don't just go out there and sit and believe everything that's being said. Don't take it with the grain of salt. Look at what's going on around you. Don't just believe that groceries are going up. Let me be clear. A economy that is thriving, okay? There are going to be points in life where sometimes, if you go and you look at not just California, but you look at other countries, you also have to realize you have to look at these other countries as well. You can't just look at America, because remember, if you look at Japan, right now Japan's struggling with their rice shortage. They're having a rice problem. Okay? But I guarantee you, if Japan offered people to come in and actually to go out and get rice and do stuff, guess what? You know what I would be doing? I'd be hopping on that opportunity to do so. I'd hop on that opportunity to become a citizen work my way to becoming a citizen of Japan. If I was given that opportunity, you know, to help their economy, to grow their economy, I would work and actually farm over helping a country. I would farm if I had to. Okay? If I had to, but I live here in America. I shouldn't have to when we have multiple people already here in America, and multiple people already here in America doing the work and doing the things to absolutely do the work. They want to bring in people to help make cars for Hyundai, you know, I ended up raiding the company and sent 500 people back. I hope that, you know, that Hyundai just basically said, you know, I really haven't seen anything, but I would say, nope, we're just going to shut down the facility. We're just going to not make Hyundai cars in America anymore. We're not going to send it to America. if I was Ford, if I was these companies that basically said, we're not gonna, like, if Ford and all these companies said, we're just gonna stop production, I would say, go for it. If these companies say, we're just gonna cripple the economy, go for it. Like, they're going to bring Jimmy Kimmel back on air only for after they did something because they're losing money. They shouldn't be doing that. Nobody should be, companies shouldn't be losing money, shouldn't have to lose money by the people to do the right thing. You know, Disney, I'm gonna tell you, it's like, I'll still on the occasion, I will go out and support. I'm not going to sit out there and support Disney. Like, I'm not going to go out there and actively buy everything Disney, because I'm like, I don't. I actually am somebody that does not watch Disney. I don't watch these things. I'm not going to cancel my subscription. I'm not even going to have a subscription to Disney anymore. And I'm not, and it's not because of Jimmy Kimmel. It so totally is more on the issue of Jimmy Kimmel. But it's not just Jimmy Kimmel that needs to be there. I'm going to tell you, like, I'm somebody that absolutely believes that, you know, I'm still not going to go out and buy Disney. I'm still going to play Marvel Rivals because, you know, it's one of those things where I'm not going to go out and buy things for it, because I want them to see it hurt. Like, Marvel Rivals is it's licensed Disney property. It's a licensed Disney property through NetEase. I'm glad that NetEase is actually working on things. This is where that's why I play live service games like that. Yeah, this is where I will go around these guys, because those guys, they'll never fix themselves. The AI never fixes itself. Sometimes we'll get bad AI, bad mumbo jumbo because of it. And so I just go around, or I just restart the game. And I might have to remove the AI one, because, to be honest, it's just, I'm not gonna do it now. I'll probably just need to remove the AI edition. But look, I will tell you, it's like, I'm not gonna go out and buy Disney products because of it. Because of that issue. No, it's because there's like, I hardly ever watch Disney anymore. I don't really like watching cartoons. I'm not somebody that sits down and watches things. I'd rather sit down and play games. I'd rather sit down and do things. Like, it's like, I'm going to find a way. I want to watch Lilo and Stitch, the new Lilo and Stitch movie. But I'm gonna wait. But I'm gonna wait until Disney, until I'm absolutely for sure that they're not gonna just yank Jimmy Kimmel off air because of it. Like, that's the whole point. No, no, no. Oh, fruit. That's why, I fixed the game order. I have to remember the order. Now, of course, if I put the ProMods, I have to make sure that the assets are put up above the map. Stuff like they really took that one off the ball. It's like, I know how to put where I need to put ProMods in, and how to do priority and things. So I follow their order. You have to make sure that when you install mods, guys, I will put a link to GMC down below. where you guys can get access to these mods, um, and do that. Once 1.56 gets fixed, I will um, start putting some things. Okay, we're good. Where I'm going to tell you that I am somebody that believes in supporting of my freedom of speech, and I'm not going to say I'm not going to stop supporting Disney. I'm kind of like right now I was going to boycott Disney because of what they were doing with Jimmy Kimmel and not allowing Jimmy Kimmel to get what he needs. And it's like, for what he said was not going against Charlie Kirk. It did not. It's like, look, it's like, I guarantee you right now, you don't know what Charlie Kirk is thinking. You don't know what Charlie Kirk is thinking up in heaven. I mean, none of you do. None of you think that, oh, the senseless act. Let me be clear. Okay? For a lot of you, you'll probably thanks Carrot for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. Go and make sure that the stuff that you need, the stuff that you have, make sure that, that not only should you be looking at that, you have to really think about what's going on in people's lives. And, just because Charlie Kirk's gone off the face of this earth does not mean, that he's finally figured out that, hey, what I've been doing this whole time, what I've been saying and what I've been doing is hurting people's lives. You don't know what's going on now. You don't know what's going on now. Nobody does. And it's like, this thing with Charlie. It's like, yes, it's a sad, tragic day. It doesn't matter who did it. It doesn't matter who did it, who did the act. It doesn't matter what identity you fall under. It's a sad day to see people die because of political rhetoric and political things. It's like, you can jump to conclusions, but the truth is always gonna... there's gonna be the human truth, and then there's gonna be the absolute truth. And the absolute truth is always gonna outprevail. These Republicans are going to really need to think... yeah. Oh, I should have... Okay, yeah. That a lot of people need to realize that what you say in life, you can't... No, I'm gonna flip and take the red light violation, because I'm not gonna deal with the... I need to go rest. I did not pay attention to my resting meter. I can go back just a little bit and go and rest. But, thanks to Tarav for joining. Okay, no, we'll need to go to system. We'll go back and load even further back. We'll go back one here. You guys gotta think. Stop thinking about one identity or the other, because let me be clear. When you decide to do that, when you decide to go out and blame it, it's like, oh, like Marjorie Taylor Greene believed that it was that his that his basically his significant other, the Tyler Robinson's significant other, was trans and furry. I'm like, do you know the person? Do you know the person personally? If you do not know the person personally, you have no say on whatever the identity is. You don't have any you know what? I was thinking I could go to the right and keep driving. We have not been into Squamish. Thanks application 2 for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. You know, I will tell you, that you have to really stop and think before you act. Think before you speak. Think before you do anything, because you don't. And when you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who basically does not know the person, does not know what's going on, does not have all the evidence, is not physically there. There. Marjorie Taylor Greene does not have any knowledge or any understanding on doesn't have any understanding or any ground on this when you don't have the facts, when you don't have the person, when you don't know the person. You can't just go out and say this person, like yeah, but yet when they see somebody like the Colorado incident that happened that same day, they didn't care. They only cared when it's their own. They only care on this issue. Okay? And it's like nobody really seems to understand or want to understand, because they don't. They just go and regurgitate whatever's being said by the media, or regurgitate what's ever being said by Congress, or whatever's being said. People don't have a common sense anymore. And that's the problem. No, the common sense has gone out the door. And as long as the common sense has gone out the door, door, that's all they look at. They don't look at what's going on or what's being done, because they don't really look at society. And they don't really look and care at what's being said. They just really just regurgitate what's there. And I know I'm repeating that itself, but it happens. And I get into some of that too. You know, I go and listen to some of the same things that my streamers listen to. Like, I listen to Tennessee Brando and sometimes Midas Touch and and David Packman, and they get something similar to the same thing. And it's the same knowledge. You know, I am pretty sure there would be like a connection somewhere right around there. But but there isn't. Um, just up in Canada though. A lot of these places, the rest of them are well thought out. Like in ProMods Canada, I'm pretty sure there's a thing that you need, that there would be a connection there somewhere, or a city nearby. But there's at least a connection here into Grand Forks, Canada, into Salve there. So we have, and then we also have a connection over here. Here as well, we have our land ports. So we have a few places that allow for us to go. And I have gone through that one, so we'll just follow the line for this one. But I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm somebody that you have to really if you do not want to have some common sense, I'm kind of like, you kind of lost me. You kind of aren't somebody there that's gonna be absolutely out there telling the truth. And if you aren't out there telling the truth, then you aren't somebody that's basically going to be out there and me listening to you. I'm not going to listen to David Packman just to listen to David Packman just because he's got right to say. Like, I'm somebody that used to listen to a lot of mainstream media, but then there are some places out there that I kind of occasionally will listen to CBS, listen to see what's going on, but I don't. You know, it's one of those things where I can't listen to, like, there are people that I won't listen to. Like, I won't sit there and listen to Fox News, because every time I hear something come out of there, it's like you're not listening. And like, it's one of the major networks, one of the most popular networks to watch, the popular network. And it's like they're not there to telling the truth. They're there to basically help Trump and help Trump get anywhere and help him get along. And it's like they listen to it as if it's scripture. And this is why I don't listen to these news stations as scripture. I listen to them as something that I need to know what's going on in the world, but I go and listen to my scriptures, listen to God, listen to my prophet first on a lot of things. You know, it's like in my church, it's like, I'm transgender. I can't go and use the bathroom that's proper, that I can't go and use the women's restroom in my church. Well, that's, unless there's like a thing where, you know, I went and used the women's restroom once, but guess what? It was an event that I guarantee you that it was held by the church, but guess what? I didn't get into trouble for it. Because it's like, look, I didn't get in trouble because there was no bathroom. At the church that I went to did not have that, and it's like, okay, I went in to the bathroom and came out. And it's like, there's some things that I don't believe in, like I can't go and do a lot of things in my church because of restrictions. But guess what? It's not about the church itself. It's not about the thing. It's about learning about the truth and reading the scriptures and actually knowing the truth. It's like one of the things that I heard from Barnacle, that he's an atheist. He's not somebody, but he's like, I still don't believe on his religion. I'm the only one that if you are going to denounce religion in its entirety, I'm not gonna listen to you. Thanks Reg for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. But I will tell you, I am somebody that will listen to as much as listen to God most of the time. Like I need to be better, and like I said, I always need to be better about things, and I have learned to be better about things in my life. I have learned that I am not that I don't I have learned that I have learned to just deal with it. We'll get over this. I can deal. I can manage. Okay. It's like, look, the only thing that I don't listen to about my church is the LGBTQ community, the trans community specifically, the gays community as well. It's like I don't listen on that regards, on that front. But everything else I do. I pay attention. I try my best. I stand with people. I stand with everybody. I want people to have the knowledge that is needed. The knowledge that is needed for everybody to make better decisions in life. And I'm always somebody that's willing to help the poor, willing to help the homeless if I can. But I'm not actively seeking it, but but if it comes in, or there was a time where, I almost went and said, hey, I almost should have. There was a time where I could have helped somebody and I didn't. I should have helped them. I should have asked, hey, hold on, let me go and get my wagon and let me help you. You can go and use the wagon to get your groceries up there, and you have a lot of them. And said, and then I'll make sure I said, hey, why don't you go and invest in one? You have a lot of groceries, invest into something like that. That's where people need to really start. I live on third floor. It's a great thing to, like, if you have an elevator, it's great to go and invest in an elevator, invest into things to help those, like you need to you need to listen and start actually just get actively, like, I'm gonna tell you, like, one of the things that you should do is, like, if you live on third floor, the one thing I'll tell you is I don't care if you can walk, okay? If you're not going to go get a lot of things, it's better just to, or if you live on second floor, or you live in an apartment building of some sort, get a wagon. Get a wagon and actually get it so that you can use it to get from point A to point B and be able to have the ability to support yourself. That's a great way. Go get one. A wagon that'll help you get your groceries in a little bit quicker. I'm somebody that likes to get things done a little bit quicker, finding ways to get things done everywhere. Now let's go to our truck manager. let's go and see if we got the max upgrade. No. Okay. No. Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay, so it's 605 for the International Lone Star on this. Ugh. Sorry about that. Okay, so they only get to 600. Okay. Then we got the International 9. So basically... I'm the only one with the 72 sleeper. But I think what we might do is yeah, so no. So we'll just cancel the modification. Let's go, driver manager then. Now we'll put you on balanced. You unbalanced. And I went and took both of those and said you're gonna go full on long distance so that they can go as long as they need to. Let's go look at a trailer purchase. Like we got the dry van, but we got the cargo. Get the then we'll customize this configuration. Just upgrade. Hiding tarp. Okay, of course, I'd rather go with the aluminum flatbed. in gray. No, we'll just do single. And we just throw an aluminum. Exclusive. Standard. Wall. Just that we have a secondary trailer. Now we could reset all of that to just be default. And then we go with the aluminium flatbed, and that's it. Nothing should be. And then we just add the aluminium box on both sides, and I think that should be just be fine. And we add a steel wall, but I don't think I want a steel wall on this. But it would probably be better if we do. And we just pretty much, if we do that, that removes our wall from up in front. So and just getting us to have a extra You don't know what I was talking about, Glass? It's okay. I'm trying to get my trailer, figure out if I want to get a trailer with this or just save the money. Because I'm thinking about just saving my money. Because that's the lowest, that price is the lowest price. So I think I'm just gonna not purchase one of those. I think it just might as well just not. Currently driving in Canada. Heading ourselves over to Honolulu, Hawaii, and then we're going all the way over here. to the to that to the islands, to an island off those coasts from the United States. So this is going to be an interesting one. We might as well just save and get some actual like, I want to be able to get Hawaii into the mix, adding Hawaii as like a thing, but we only have coast to coast. I don't, like, I have to have all the incompatible stuff. Some of it is incompatible because I'm not on the 1.56 and I'm on 1.55, but we're waiting for ProMods to get up there. Once ProMods does, then I will switch over to 1.56 and we'll go from there. And we'll have a lot of these things we're slowly shifting over, but it's okay. But it's one of those things where the more that you really think about life, you can't just sit there and believe that your life is, like, you can believe that your life is okay, your life is good now, but you have to really think about, will my life be good in the next 10 days? Will my life be good in the next 30? Will my life be good in the next 100 days? You have to think about the future sometimes. Not saying you have to think about it in like 10 years. Like, completely understand that. But we need to think about it in the next 30 days, next year. You know, right now with me, I could be labeled as a terrorist person because I am transgender. And I'm not even out there wanting to kill anybody or hurt anybody. But it's they're gonna label me that way, and it's like, am I worried about it? Yes, I am. I am absolutely worried. It's one of those things that I worry about it. If it comes in my lap, I worry. It's like why I worry with ice is because I worry about glass. And it's like you're gonna have friends that will help. Ice doesn't care. Ice doesn't care about your family. Ice doesn't care about what goes on in your daily life. You know, ice will go after you because they racial profile you. If you look white, like if your skin looks white, you're pretty much probably going to be the best bet. You're going to be probably most likely safe. But if you're not white, then you're not safe. You are not completely 100% safe. And that's the case. You know, I try my best to be a good woman, a good girl, a good person in life. And you know, I have to be better about things, you know. As soon as I can get done with this haul, there's a couple things I'm going to do that I'm going to do because I need to get something to eat. But it's going to be where a lot of today was just fixing the mod, fixing the mods and fixing things. What the... There must have been 2 trains going by. One-way road. I have no idea why we're going this way, but alright. Ah! Okay. We're going to do some inspection. Yes, we're going into the United States. We gotta make sure that our load's proper and our load's actually set up to be properly done. I am waiting for the we're not on 1.56 yet, guys, for this. Once ProMods gets updated, I will most likely start slowly shifting over to 1.56. Because, you know, but I want you guys to know that the issue of um the issue on issues stemming in from society, and there's a lot of people out there that just don't quite understand what's going on. Some people are they just tune out the news. They just don't want to do it. But it's like, how can you tune out the news these days? Like, you shouldn't. It's like it's hard to tune it out. But you can. You might have to spend a little less time on it. You can take breaks. It's okay. You know, you don't have to. You can get caught up on what's going on. Just take tomorrow. Take a day off of it if you have to. I haven't, but it also hasn't bothered me super much, except for the fact that what ICE is doing. You know, ICE in Chicago now. Literally protests going on in Chicago. Italy having a protest because of Palestine. Because of not giving Palestine statehood. You know, there's a lot of things that really grind my gears when on that. That's the one thing that really bothers me the most. You know, bothers me when a lot of these countries, a lot of these companies, a lot of these places don't seem to really understand any of the issues going on. Don't understand the issue on it, and that it's like a lot of people will look at Trump and will look at him as a very nice person, very good person, but then there are people out there that will look at him as a really bad person, so bad that people can't even, that I can't even stand him. He's the one that I cannot stand. He literally went out and bombed, took out 3 Venezuelan boats. He wants to start war. He's gonna bring war. I feel like he's gonna bring war, and it's gonna be inevitable that he's gonna start a war with another country, and then he's gonna realize, oh, and he wanted to get us out of Afghanistan. because he wants Bagram Air Base. He wants control, and it's really tough on that when I see him talking about that, when I see him doing bad things, and really not really doing things like that. And it's the same thing with Disney, the Disney fallout. You know, Disney lost $4 billion in profit, and they're bringing back Jimmy Kimmel now because of it. It's like we showed them that um, we showed them that um, we showed him that we can cripple them, all because of a silly little thing that somebody said about Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, he's a comedian. Comedians can have a little bit of fun with some of these things. But we shouldn't be out there rushing to put people's livelihood and rush to put people and rush to just jump to conclusions. I think Shambella191 for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. You know, we can't rush, and we can't just make everything be like it is. We can't make, like, we cannot make America great again when, you know, we can't make America great again when we do not have the quote unquote cheaper eggs, when we do not have healthcare for all, when we can't make America great again, when all it is not making America great again, it's making America worse. And it's making America worse because if you never spent dirty 30s. Dirty 30s was because of what? Tariffs, because of the things that we created. Because tariffs do not solve the issue. Nobody really thinks about previously what's going on in history. Nobody thinks about it because they don't really see the issue on these problems when, you know, with it, you can't go out there and believe the left and just believe the right on what they say. You can't really necessarily do that because, you know, I thought, I was like, okay, Gavin Newsom's doing some good, but I'm not going to go out and vote for Gavin Newsom, you know, for anti-LGBTQ stuff. Like, there's three things that I will... Way station. Okay, so now we're back in to America. We gotta focus way stations, not... I wonder what we're gonna do when we go to the island, these Anoloka Islands. Yeah, there's nobody here. I can pull up. Thanks STW Vortex for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. Thank you, Glass, for joining the TikTok live. Thank you as well. Thank you, Glass Dragon YT. Thank you. Yeah, I know. We're talking about ICE. We're talking about Trump. We're talking about Disney Fallout. You know, am I gonna stop watching Disney? Am I gonna still not have a Disney subscription? Of course I'm not. Okay, I'm not gonna go out and get a Disney or a Hulu or a subscription on those things. Because it's like, I have, first off, the biggest reason is because I have too much subscriptions. I have a PlayStation subscription, I have a, the highest PlayStation subscription, and I have the Paramount subscription. And those are the only two subscriptions I only have. I don't want any other media subscriptions. My mom has Netflix and Prime. I don't need to have multiple subscriptions just to pay monthly when I would rather just go out and you know, and I have a Prime YouTube Premium subscription. It's like, if I have 3 subscriptions, that's all I need. I don't need to have multiple subscriptions. The only reason why I didn't cut Paramount compared to Disney, the only reason why I didn't cut Paramount is because, you know, it's because of my local news. If I could cut Paramount, I would if I didn't have access to my live local news area. But I'm glad that I do, and I'm glad that I'm able to have access to it because I need it for the weather. It's the one subscription that I probably won't give up because of that. But we also got to realize that we can cut the subscription service, cut these services. If we want to, we can cut them and not support these companies. If you don't want to go out and buy Paramount, go ahead and cut it off. If you don't think you'll need it, go right ahead. You know? It's one of those things that, you know, I won't... Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go back by 2. Go back to here. Because we are supposed to, I made a mistake on my thing, and I don't wanna... With this one, I don't wanna miss my... Okay. Mark there, just so that... Nobody's around, so I'll just go. If I get a ding, I'll get a ding. Sometimes, Glass, you walk... Sometimes people walk into conversations that they quite don't understand, but... I'm always gonna tell you guys, it's like you gotta listen, you gotta pay attention to what's going on. Don't just sit back and do nothing. Okay? If I was working for a business like Glass, like, and I found out that they were helping Donald Trump and helping things, I wouldn't end up quitting my job, but I would try to use that money, and the money that I receive from them, I would pretty much go and use that money elsewhere. Not shop at the place I work at. You know? I did not think that I restarted the game. We started from the save that I get fog. I didn't have fog before. But I will create a thing. I will put in a thing in the description, guys. I'm gonna add that into the description. I'm gonna put in the access. I do have ProMods sitting up there. I will probably change and use the GMC logo, the GMC community logo instead for this one. But I'm might do that and then have the other one be ProMods, because that's the only one I'm going to use is ProMods. But this one we're going to use the GMC community, so that it just helps. You know, I am somebody that you gotta really think better and think about what you do in your life. You can't just rely on the mainstream media as you used to. Interesting, Glass. I didn't know that the NFC rival, that your rivals are hating you because you will constantly win in sports. It's like you can still be loyal to like a team. You know, one of those things that I always say is you can be loyal to a team, but you also have to realize that if your team can't win, then no, I know. Um, but I'm saying like you can be loyal to a no, it's the okay, they hit the Eagles. Okay. But it's okay. You can have a loyalty to a team and loyalty to a sports team. But you can also have to realize that your team's not going to always be winning every time. Your team's not going to always have the best record, and well, yeah, Glass, just because somebody moves to another team, or because it's like if you're loyal to a player, that's a little bit different than being loyal to a team. You know, there are people that are loyal to a certain player that will follow that player and will follow that team because of that player. I guarantee you a lot of people who are Taylor Swift fans probably follow the Chiefs because of Travis Kelce. And there are a lot of people out there that just generally follow these things, and that happens. We are okay, so we need to go and take this to go that way. But Glass, I also wanted to show you that I have a mod that now allows me to go over here to a lot of places, all the way over there to the to those islands, and it allows me to go all the way up to there. I have a few mods that allow me to do this. The only thing I can't hit is right there because I don't have the DLCs. Yeah, sports can, that's you can't get over some of those things. There are a lot of things. But guys, to be honest, I don't know much about sports. I don't really watch sports. I don't really even watch it at all. Generally, if I do, it's occasionally, and mostly it's the Super Bowl, or I might watch something from esports, from Call of Duty or something. But I just generally don't, because it just bore it just I would rather, for me, I'd rather be playing the sport than actually watching the sport, because it's boring to watch. For me, like, I could sit and watch people play creative games because it's boring, but it's just giving me ideas on how I can create better games. Yeah, no, I will tell you, it's like the the thing of it is you know, I don't even watch basketball, and I will tell you, I going through all of my years, um, I was pretty much when I started actually sports. I actually did sports um, before I even met Scarlett. I didn't. I met Scarlett because of sports. Um, and I basically started back in I think it was eighth or ninth grade, and I played sports until 2019. Um, and throughout that time, I played basketball. Um, I did track and field. I did weightlifting for a short time. I did that while I was in school because I was weightlifting in school, and it's like nobody. It's like I wanted to continue to do it in college, but they basically said no. We're just gonna do what everybody. We're just gonna do with everybody. Well, it's like, you know, um, it's like I wanted to, but they also couldn't have the weightlifting. Probably couldn't have somebody to be able to weightlift stuff too. So it's whatever. But I also did swimming as well, and I did bowling throughout that entire time, and I actually enjoyed it more than I actually enjoyed watching it. The least sport I did enjoy though, um, and I'll be honest, um, it wasn't that I didn't least enjoy. I stopped actually playing swimming. I also did swimming too, but I stopped swimming after I was basically, this was about the time where I was not being able to swim properly. I was catching my out of breath a lot sooner, a lot quicker. I just was like, you know what, I'm done swimming. I'm not gonna swim anymore because I just couldn't handle. I used to be able to swim the previous year. I was able to swim, able to do things, was able to push myself, but that year I just couldn't push myself because something was wrong. And so I just quit doing that. I still did sports, but pretty much the longest distance I ever ran was 400 meters, and I just quit the 400 meters because I couldn't. Well, the problem is I couldn't keep myself paced, and my self-paced was like I went 200, but I know I got pushed, and I know that I could have been pushed probably further and probably gone the 400, and I could have done probably maybe I should have stayed doing the 400, but I didn't. Um, so sports was something that, you know, I didn't even watch my brother play sports because my brother played baseball. Technically, I think it was softball. Technically, um, because of the way that we were playing. But all of this was done through the Special Olympics. All of it, every single one of them, and that's how I met Scarlett. I wouldn't have a friend, a good friend, a best friend, I guess you can say, if it wasn't for sports. If I hadn't have done sports, I probably wouldn't have had the best friend. You know, I've had many friends in my life that, you know, I had a friend that got himself into trouble with the law and really got himself into trouble. Um, okay. I'm making darn sure that I can take this ferry. That's going to take me 200, it's going to take me 230 hours on this ferry. Um, and we'll see where it's going to take us. What this ferry is going to do is it's going to take me to Honolulu, Hawaii, and then I have to go and get another ferry, or okay, so I have to go to Honolulu, Hawaii. Yeah. Then we have to embark from Hawaii to come over here. What? Okay. Just for taking a short distance to getting a to taking $19. I sure have made a lot of money just by doing this. Surely, surely. Uh, Now we need to go over there. No, really? I no. Okay, there we go. This is going to be an interesting one. Um, we're out here in some unknown island that I don't even know where it's off the coast of whatever. It's somewhere off the coast of somewhere from Hawaii even. Like, this is weird, but not it seems just weird because I have this is new territory. Never been to any islands. Never traveled anywhere. Mostly I stayed within the United States, and mostly I'm the farthest state I've ever gone to is Minnesota. Technically, Missouri is the farthest state I've ever been to. Um, I've not gone anywhere out east. Um, and the furthest from out west, it was Nevada. That was the Nevada, Arizona, out that way. Was the furthest state I've been to from out west. So I, and then furthest north I've been is North Dakota, Minnesota, pretty much. Thanks, Tanya, for joining the TikTok live. But I'll tell you, I am somebody that, that I don't like. I like to travel. I would love to travel the world, but mostly the biggest place I want to go to is travel Japan. Go and visit Japan just because I love the culture, love the aspect of the culture itself. Like it's one of those things that I love just the cultural aspect of Japan a lot. And to be honest, it's like their lifestyles are a lot easier than say us here. It's like I would love to live in that country because I can walk, and I can walk to my destination. I can do, like, if I needed to go get groceries, like, I can easily just go and walk and go and get them, and easily just take it back. And I don't have to rely on cooking daily, or I wouldn't have to rely on that all the time. I wouldn't have to, there's food like almost around every corner. I can go to a grocery store and almost around every corner because of 7-Eleven, Family Mart, Lawson's. I just know a lot about Japan, and Japan's one of those things that I've studied so much about it that I like that culture in general. It's enough that I've wanting to start learning Japanese, but I kind of like don't, because I don't want to sit and learn Japanese right away. I want to extend my time learning learning one language and just keep learning a language. You keep at it, at it, but I want to learn it from the natives. I want to learn it from actual people, and not through AI or through Gamify. I want to actually learn it from genuine human beings out there. But um, we do have a Mahuns. We have one out here. Um, and then we also have one up there. Up there, but there's only one out here. I would not want to put a thing out here on the island, to per se. Um, so, but once I do, once they release South Dakota, I will probably buy South Dakota at least, just so that like, so I can keep the connections going through it. But if I get a job, things will be a-okay. Hold on, guys. I gotta take this. Alright, we're back. We are absolutely back. Sorry, I had to take that phone call, so I will have to back up for somebody. But because I don't know what islands are out. I don't know what the island is out here. Yeah, we'll just plop right on in. Unload. For what little I made through that, I should have been able to make a little bit more. Um, but I will say, um, we could have a in menus. We could have one out here. Um, yeah, they don't have all of Hawaii. They only have Honolulu, Hawaii. Um, to there. The Akatu, Ataka, and Ataka there. So yeah. Okay. So I'm thinking, do we get another I have to figure out um I have to figure out a thing here. We're gonna go to world clocks. World clock. We're gonna add an additional world clock, and then we go KORO. Um. Okay, so it's over near. So now let's go look up PALU, right? P. Okay, so it's PA. Palau. 'Paluan' in English. Um, Japanese Sensor Lis Toban. One 2021 estimated to be 18,000 people. 308 million by the Wikipedia, according to Wikipedia. Hey Lou. What? Hmm. Oh, so it's these are little states. Literally little states. So they're off right off the Taiwan. So like they're literally like they have to go to Taiwan. This is interesting. Learn something new today, guys. They interesting. Inter- Interesting. Okay. No business is gonna get mine down here. We're not gonna put a thing down here. Literally got gas in Home Depot. Literally a place to fix. That's the in Mehoons there. But if we needed to and want to come to explore, we can come back um to explore this little place. I could set up a shop here, guys. Um but where do you want me to set up a shop here? Um what do you guys want me to do here? Um should we put a thing up in here? I have the funds. I could build a thing up in here. Or do we go and put one on the Hawaiian Islands, on Honolulu, Hawaii? Um, but remember, we would have to, it would cost us at least 2,000 a day, plus, plus, um, or we could come over and not do that at all. Um, we got ATKA, here. Let's go to the cargo market. Core horror. Um, no. Let's do route length. To going to basically the port of Los Angeles, Washington. Can go. That's going taking from beverages. You know what? Let's do a little bit of exploring down here. Here we do need to go to Home Depot. So realistically, unless wait, okay, what are we cargo market? What are we taking right now? Beverages from the Home Depot. Like, to be honest, I might just remove the real company's logo. And just like like yeah, I think I might do that and just say we're not going to use real companies because the real companies does not really fit with a lot of these map mods. So I might just follow the um like, this is weird. Never heard of this country. But I guess if there are beverages here, they could have been just a mistake. Like, that's why I'm thinking about just removing and making it fictitious, turning it down to fictitious again. But if there's gonna be real companies, they need to be better about real Maybe there is a real companies like that would work with a lot of these. Like I would work on. But we're at 11 p.m. at night, so it's not gonna. We're gonna have some of these things being done. But we'll explore. We'll explore this little island. I don't mind if we can explore and have fun. I do need to get off though soon. Need to get off to get something to eat. But I think I can manage to take this. Actually, here, like my brother basically said he's gonna be around by 8:39. So I probably need to get some stuff done. I'll take out actually at that time. Yeah. Yeah, if I'm trying to go up this hill, like I'm pretty sure like if we're going 20 miles an hour. Jeez. Never heard of Palau. Never heard of this country, to be honest. You guys gonna have to let me know though, if you guys want. Thanks, Southern Boss Redneck. Thank you for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. But it's just interesting to see. Now we can finally start going 25. But man, never heard of this country. I'm like, there's a lot of things I've never heard of before. That, you would think that, that these countries do not have, I never knew of it. I'm not going to put a business out here, though. I might just gotta look at the optics out here. It's like you can put something out here, but it's like you only have like a small little bit of a trucking, and it's like I don't want to come out. Like if I needed to, like I can come out here. Coming out here, I think there should have been some passport check and paperwork check, but through Honolulu, Hawaii, um, before you come out here. This is like we've got Amalek there, and then we go. Literally, we're taking ourselves some sweet little bit of some of our time. I didn't realize it would be like 25 miles an hour down here. This is interesting. There's some countries I've like like never heard of these plays. Yeah. I don't think it was worth. I think it wasn't worth. It was worth coming out here. We're now at $36,361,000, which I am not gonna build a thing out here. I'm gonna nobody's around, so I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I absolutely never in a lifetime did I ever think that I would be able to come and visit a Actually, there's nobody around. But here's what I will do. We'll check on our truck. Um, hey, um, uh, here. Oh. From that, Yeah. Services. From the replacement. Just cool to see. Ugh. And crash. You know what? We're gonna do something a little bit different. I'm gonna like we are traveling into Palau. Ugh. Like I went and changed a few things in my truck just a little bit. Like we are using the Beyond but I have ProMods in here because we are using ProMods, guys. But I am actually going to put the GCM community thing right there in place in the next one. Because pretty much, I'll show you guys at the end of the haul. The end of the haul to show you guys what mods I'm using, and I will put a link to the mods that I'm using personally. I'll put a link to where you guys can get all the mods, so you guys don't have to go hunting and try to find all the mods that I use, because it'll be all in one special place for you guys. And we are on 1.55, not 1.56, because of ProMods Canada. Once ProMods Canada gets fixed and gets updated, I will switch over to 1.56. So, which will probably be here within the next week, by the end of the week, possibly. We don't know. We just know that. The only one that will have just ProMods, guys, will be ETS2. ETS2 will be the only one that has access to ProMods, because that's the only one that I have a lot of traveling, a lot of journeys that I can make in that one compared to compared to American Truck. So I went in and added in the whole entire country of the United States right now. Not everywhere is gonna be there, because we've got things will be slowly shifting, and once we get more, it'll be basically, we'll probably have something that will basically be equivalent to more cities in these places, and it'll be just a fine dandy mod that I don't have to rely on. And wait for a lot of these things. You know, I can even drive to my own city if I wanted to, but I've been speeding along here. Nobody's, like, I haven't gotten picked up. It's like you're gonna find hardly anybody in here in this country, because there's like only 11,000 plus people. It's like there's not. It's like it's like probably like one city in the United, like it's probably the size of here in South Dakota. Maybe a little bit more. But I loaded back in. I'm not gonna like change anything. I'm not gonna waste money on changing something. I was gonna change the flag up there, and that'll probably be it for this truck. Because once we get a new location, I'm looking at all international Lone Stars. I'm looking at getting international only. Um, I'm only looking at international only because I like the internationals. And I'm specifically. I oversteered. It's like a 50-minute walk, 50-minute travel, $20 ferry just to take this. This is so interesting and cool. Like I learned something new today. It's like I've never understood what this island was. And I'm like, it was bugging me, so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna figure this out. That one I'm not gonna care. But alright guys. Yeah, I can speed. I'll speed when I don't see cars. Like, actually, let's go to job market, see if we got anything going backwards. Kalamam, Kali, Yuma Bay. We're gonna take you. Yeah, I did that. Pulled it too far. Yes, God loves anybody. God loves everybody. But thanks, God loves Lucas, for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. Now let me see. Um, let me see if we've got everything. Yeah, no, okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Sure that I didn't miss any miss any of the topics to hit, but you know, I am going to tell you guys, um, we traveled a long distance today. Yeah, it's really tough. It's just gas. I'm like, I'm just having a blast today. Like, you know, I was mad earlier today because of what was going on with ice. I ended up, like, it's now like 4 a.m. now, so we've been driving all night. I guarantee you, um, you know, yeah, we're down to 358, but at $358, that's gonna really, this today is really gonna boost our company in America. We are gonna literally start being able to boost. I am going to try to get to Washington, but I wanted to come out here and just visit this place. I'm not gonna come out here probably again unless there's like a big hunk of a big hunk of thing to get down here. But we are speeding, and I am going to speed because guess what? I don't care. There's nobody around, no cops, nothing. It's like, if there's like nobody around, it's like that's the perfect thing, is like I'm speeding because of it. It's like if a cop came around and did that, then yeah, I probably would say okay. But there's not a lot of people out here. So now I'm just gonna let my vehicle coast. But it's gonna tell me to go left. I'm gonna go right up here instead of going left, because that's gonna give me the visitation of this. We have not gotten any to that point, but that'll just allow us to go there. And we have not visited menus, but I guarantee you, if we find anything in Maine up here, yeah, this is where I'll speed a little bit. But as soon as I can get back to mainland United States, mainland US, the mainland, the 48 continuous states, I'll be happy. Yeah, it's gonna tell me to take an hour trip when it actually was gonna take me 40, 50 minutes. But I'm like, what little it is, and it hasn't even complained at me. Like, it hasn't complained at me saying, "Oh, they're expecting your thing." Yeah, I'm riding this guy's tail because I shouldn't, but I am. This shit's just cool. This is the worst part about driving out here, is it's 25 miles an hour out here in Palau. If I'm even pronouncing that right. Yep. I wanted to visit every city out here, and we have. So, actually, I think it's a little. Okay, no. I think it was. It's okay. And they have their things like a state. Just cool. It's like we're not the only country that uses states as states. Wow. Okay. So this is really interesting. You would think. You would think. You would think. Okay. Nope. We'll just show results. Continue. Job cargo market. We got the Flagstaff, but we're gonna come down here to Amalek. Does not have that's going to Vancouver, Washington, right? Okay. That's going to Tacoma, Washington. What? 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 Um. Okay. Okay. So take the cargo market. And we'll take home accessible. Just take whatever. Alright. Well, today I'm going to... I will also change the ProMods, this one. Um... We'll switch this one out from ProMods. We'll put we'll put the logo of the GMC community. And I'll see if I can, I'll say if I will ask if I can use it for like a thumbnail, putting this in. And I'll show you guys how to do this. I will show you guys how to do it through bazzite. And show you guys what to do so that you guys can, get some of this mods available for you. If you don't have, if you have like the maps that I do, you should be fine. You'll be fine. You might be missing some map DLCs. You might be missing some stuff, but if you have it, and I'll probably do it after I here. Are in the way. 232 hours and 3 minutes to get back to mainland United States. I wonder how many days that is by boat. Just by boat. Surely by boat. Because 232 hours, that's by boat. It's basically it's 60 hours, 24 hours in a day, and it's probably going to be at least a month, probably. If it's 24 hours in a day, hold on, guys. I want to check this out. 24, 5, 6. It's at least 10 days. It's at least 10 days. At least 10 days minimum to get back to mainland United States from here. 10 days by boat. By flying, it would probably be less. It'd probably be maybe like a day or two a day. Because if you can get to Japan in 15 hours by plane, you can get to 15 hours by plane, which is actually not bad. 15 hours by plane to Japan, it's not that bad. So yeah, getting stuff delivered to this, it would be most likely the best logical option is by plane, if you can, or by boat. But I didn't know that Palau, each city is like a state. And it's interesting. You can tell that they didn't really make that this map is not really great. Because look at that. It's like coming over here, the water, the graphical things does not fit right. Like, I hope that they fix that. You aren't gonna notice, but I will note, you're not gonna notice that if you're just driving. But what I will do tell you this guys, once we get to Honolulu, Hawaii, we aren't going to be able to stop in Honolulu though. I'm pretty sure we could get into Honolulu, Hawaii a little bit, but I think what they really need to do is just update, like they should come up with a map. If they're gonna do it, they should come up with their own map to fit the they should come up with their own map to fit the aesthetic, like add in just a little bit of graphical interface to the map. But it's okay, we'll deal. Alright. Let's go to media, guys. We're gonna take a picture there. Supreme Court Trial Division. Interesting. And then I'm gonna take a second photo. We're gonna do this one. We're gonna rename this one to Visiting Palau. I'm gonna change this title to it. As well, because I think it's just gonna be really cool just to see American Truck Simulator. Thanks, Marcy Taniska. for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. Thank you, Janiska. Something new. Today was Super Walmart. And well, I don't even think Walmart would be out here, to be honest. Like, I would work on real companies, but I would update, like, having the traffic for out here, like Palau. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I was trying not to hit that vehicle, but man, but man, every time I freaking restart. See, the 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 coming out here, there are some glaring issues. Like this bridge asset the bridge asset just like needs to be really fixed. Um but you can't really notice it if you're driving over. What is McDonald's doing out here? I don't know. No McDonald's was out here. Now I spun around 2 sets of vehicles, snuck in. Now we're going even further. Thanks, Daniel Marquise, for joining. As soon as I'm done here, guys, I am going to do a couple of things I need to do. That I need to do before my mom gets here. And then I will take that break, a little bit of that break, and get on at 9 o'clock tonight. We're going to play some Cold War Zombies for tonight and some multiplayer. Because we need to get to around 25 on Reckoning, and then see what we need to do for the rest of completing this. Which this one, it's like this bridge is so much better than the other one. Unfortunately, I don't need to speed up any further then. Thanks, just a little monkey for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. Ugh, there's a space just right. Thank you. Now we can get back to the mainland US, which is going to be oh, so we do have oh, so I think they do. I don't think that Honolulu, Hawaii? How much are we going to get today just by traveling to Honolulu, Hawaii? And we're only getting $14 on it. $1,400 on it. Do we got anything bank-wise? Pay you off. Pay you off. Like, seriously. Like, I don't need to sugarcoat that. Oahu. No, we need to embark on that 77-hour journey. It would take about 10 days just to complete this trip. And we're already at 600,000 on our trip. Let's go to MIDI navigation, world map, just see where we're at. Where we're headed. Headed to Tacoma, Washington. We need to figure out, where we're gonna start another garage. Because I'll move the Lone Stars out to that garage. Because I think I could start two garages, and we can work from there. We'll put one. Maybe we'll do one in Canada. We'll do one in Canada so that we have a base of operations in Canada. Then we have a base of operations in the United States. Now, I am not going to go out to those islands as a thing, as a full-on thing. But let's go to services. Yeah. So we will have to figure things out. We will maybe do a Canadian one. But I have to at least buy another garage, so we might do a we'll figure it out. We have the money now to do anything we want. We just need an international to get all the international availability. We have 2 Lone Stars. A thing. Hold on. Let me go to gallery. No, not gallery. Catalog. Let me go to Truck Explorer. The International LT is the only other one we do not have. So yeah, so we will have pretty much available to all 3 international sets. We'll just stick with international and just play it that way. Pick a truck between the 3 and see which one I like the best. So far, I'm liking the international, this one, but we'll see about the international LT because I don't have I've never driven an international LT. No. Receptions pass. Okay, maybe we will have deceptions pass for the other one, and we have a couple of for Palau, Palau, if that's even right. Um, but guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. Um, Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go get some food, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, guys, we are back. Um, there are thanks off Dabooks for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. Thank you guys. Remember, um, I wanted to come out and tell you guys, um, you know, what Trump is doing. Like, he basically is he prevented a strike so that he could watch golf. He prevented a strike that it's Europe, um, sorry, should basically drop the ball and say, we're just going to cancel our trip to the United States. We're going to cancel, Europe is going to should have canceled all their trips to America. Um, should have canceled all their trips to America, so that when Trump goes and says, we're just going to cancel our date on that day, and you're going to be in trouble because it's all going to be Europe, and Europe's basically going to be saying, we're not going to stand here, we're not going to come here. That's what they should do. And for this trip, like, I just went to go grab a sandwich, quick sandwich, because, you know, to be honest, I haven't had one of those. I don't eat a lot of sandwiches. Like, I don't eat sandwich, lunch meat. I rarely eat those things. I rarely eat the bagels too, cause you know. But I was just like craving one of those things. But oh, wait. I did not. I only got the damage, the 7% damage. But I'm gonna do something real quick. I have time. Hopefully I have time to do it. Thanks Daniel Marquise for joining. But one of the things that, you know, and I'm gonna tell you, like, look, I am somebody that does not stand with Trump. I'm not somebody that does not stand when a country decides to try to take over the country to fit their narrative of to push the country into authoritarian regime, to force people to follow them and not follow the rule of law. I am somebody that, you know, you are a Christian, that I'm somebody that if you want to be a Christian and want to be somebody that needs to show love and compassion, you don't give up the homeless. You figure out a way to help them. You bring it. You know, you don't you don't hurt people's life. You shouldn't be out there trying to take people's people away because you're greedy, because you want more money, but you're using it under the guise of taking away money, and you're using that money to get rid of people that you don't like. You know, he got rid of Letitia James because Letitia James could not find any evidence to support his claim. So he basically just fired somebody until he's going to get somebody to replace it to do his bidding. That's the whole point. And I wish that that Trump would just listen and actually listen to God and not listen to Satan. There are things that I really think that he is following Satan and not following the Lord. Because if you're somebody that believes in God and believes in in God himself, you are somebody that you would be willing to help the homeless, the poor, the needy, helping people of that nature, but you're not willing to, if you're not willing to do that, you're not with God. Like, I am somebody that, you know, and he wanted to prevent a strike this week. Like, I just started watching it, I don't know much more, where he basically, Pam Bondi basically said, that Trump prevented a strike so that he could go watch golf, basically. You know, the White House presser, basically, and he prevented that strike. Well, there's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to be going on strike, but guess what? It's against Europe. Well, it's okay, like, that might be something problematic, but it's like, you prevented a strike, for what cost? What was that strike for? I don't know exactly. I haven't listened to the finished watching the video on the Midas Touch video. It's one of the latest videos. He had a, you know, and he basically came out on Monday and basically said, oh, well, you know, the autism thing. It's like, I already spoke about this earlier. I'm not going to repeat myself. It's just ridiculous on all of this. It's like Trump has he has nothing. He has literally nothing other than a cruel human being. Like, I usually don't like to put people and say that they're a cruel human. It's like, Biden is 10 times better, is 5 times better than Trump. Obama was better than both of them. Okay? And I stand with, and who do I stand with? I stand with the side of, we work together, we come together as a nation, we work together. If I was president, I said basically, I am going to change this, and I'm going to rewrite this, and basically say, no, I'm going to rewrite this, and then I'm going to basically immediately, effectively, I'm going to basically remove the term limit. I am basically going to remove that term limit. I am going to literally appoint Obama effective immediately, putting Obama back into office, and giving Obama his office back. Because that's how it stained for this country that I disliked the previous presidents. I would give Obama his office back in a heartbeat. I'd vote for Obama in a heartbeat because of this administration. You know, I wouldn't vote for Biden again, only because for me, it's like, I wouldn't vote for any Republican anymore. A Republican's willing to do Project 2025, willing to not give up, not willing to reason with logic, and actually just reason based on their belief and what they want, and not what is actually in front of them. They don't want to change their ways. You know, I'm just somebody that way, that I stand with God, but I stand with God when it comes to helping the poor, the needy, and not actually being around to helping people in these senseless acts. Like, Biden is not willing to, Trump is not willing to help this country. He's willing to destroy it. He's willing to take it over because he only wants what he wants. He basically got rid of the Rose Garden for a patio for his wealthy people. That does not sound like a God. That does not sound like God. God would be willing to help those who are needy and help the poor. But Trump is not wanting to do that. You know, I am appalled with it. I am appalled that we can't get somebody in office, can't get somebody that, I wanted Kamala Harris because, Kamala Harris, because there were a lot of people that said they wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because of her removing her free speech. How much free speech would she have removed compared to Trump? How much free speech would she have removed? Probably a very, very little, if at all, compared to Trump. It's like these people, it's like, I listened to Kamala Harris. I listened to what she had to say, and she told the truth. She literally told the truth, but nobody wanted to listen. But nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to really care. And if they did listen and actually got and actually got the understanding of what was going on, people would listen. People would have paid more attention. There are a lot of people who voted for Trump who are MAGA supporter that thought he was going to do good. And that's the problem. It's like Trump did not, and a lot of Trump supporters did not understand the issue. We wouldn't be in the mess if Kamala Harris was president. But then if Kamala Harris was president, they would still complain, find ways to complain about her, and they would find ways to complain about anything. Would we have the political discourse today? Would we have Jimmy Kimmel off air? Probably not. Would we still have corporations supporting the LGBTQ community? Of course. Of course, we would still have the rule of law. We would still be following the law of the land and actually having better things. We would be like, Kamala Harris might have the immunity, and she would have the immunity to get rid of evil people and get rid of people that that don't care about the rule of law. Like, it's the law of the land. We would still probably be here today saying a lot of things. Wish we could have done this, wish we could have done that. We can't change that now. We cannot take a time machine and go back a year, because it's done. What's done is done. We now have to fight for it. There are a lot of people who, like me, there are people a lot like me who voted for Trump twice and made those mistakes. And we have to, there are people that voted for him 3 times and made that mistake. If you voted for him a 3rd time, you didn't listen. You only thought he was what he was going to do. You didn't listen. You weren't somebody that was president. Didn't understand the grave problem within this country. You didn't understand what was going on. You were just selfish. You were just didn't pay attention. You were just You voted for Trump. It's whatever. I'm gonna vote for the Republican Party because it's my party and I'm loyal to the Republican Party. And it's like, I'm not loyal to the Democratic Party. I'm not loyal to a Republican Party. I am loyal to the president. I'm not loyal to the president. I'm loyal to God. I'm loyal to my prophet. As much as that may be, people may think I'm not, but I am. And I am more supportive of the law of the land than I am dismantling it. You know, it's always in scriptures that you're supposed to follow the law of the land, and Trump isn't following the law. Trump is politically taking out of his opponents, taking away people because he does not like the law, because he does not love the law, and that's what he wants. He wants to get rid of anybody who has the gall to just believe in him instead of believing in God. Like, there are Republicans out there that do not believe in him anymore. If you are a Republican and you do not agree with him, and you are a Christian, you should not be voting for Trump. You should be dissenting against him. If you don't agree with something, don't do it. Even, like, if your words do not mean anything without showing action. Your action speaks louder than your words. And this is where I look at people. It's like that's why when I look at Kamala Harris is like, yeah, there was problems. I don't know why they didn't wait. We could have had we could have had a democratic process and got somebody in replace. And actually had better decision. Like, I am somebody that believes in the rule of law. Like, I am somebody that stands with God and stands like that. Like, I'm repeating myself because it's true. And it's like, I stand with what... which one is it? Okay, it's this one. It's like I'll tell you, it's like, I am somebody that if you don't stand with God, and you say you do, but you don't, your actions are speak louder than what you actually truly believe. You know? You know? And as long as you stand for the rule of law, I am going to say, look, I stand with it. Now, of course, we're going to do some quick traveling. We have enough. And we have Eugene, Oregon. We have Pendleton, Ontario. We have Nevada, Reading, Stockton, Auckland, San Jose, San Francisco, Fresno, Bakersfield, Barstow. We could also go to Colorado. Go to Colorado Springs, Pueblo, You know what? Let's do to Denver, Colorado. Um, um, yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to Denver. And once we get through this, um, I'll quick travel to Denver and then I can quick travel back to Washington. But I just need to get, because we got Lyman here, um, just like, there's like a lot of more cities, but I don't think it's more cities, I think it's just more networks. Because there's a couple things I need to do, guys. Once we get this done, once we get Colorado done, um, and once we get this situated, I don't know why. But we'll be able to travel up to this thing. Um, and then we'll pick up another location in the next episode, or the next stream tomorrow. Possibly we will be on 1.56 ProMods. We'll see. We'll see. Um, I'm not going to delete the 1.55 ProMods. I still have those. I'm going to basically, when I come in, bring in the ProMods 1.56. I will take the 1.55 ProMods and copy those and put those into a separate folder, and then I will bring in the 1.56 for ProMods for Canada when it ever decides to come out, which pretty much is anything. If we got Europe, I probably won't be doing Europe tomorrow. I'll probably be playing a little bit of American truck. But, you know, guys, thanks you guys for being here. Make sure you guys are followed. Make sure you guys are subscribed, because it is really greatly appreciated. And we'll visit Aurora. But guys, and if you're watching on YouTube, remember subscribing is free to do so. Don't need to subscribe if and pay me anything to subscribe. If you're on Trovo though, however, you do have to pay for that subscription. For it, and that subscription is cheapest, I believe, is $2. If you wanna pay me $2, or you guys can send me gifts through TikTok, which all of that is not free. But if you guys want to send us some other things, some cool to follow, I'm also live on TikTok, and I'm also live on not only TikTok, but I'm also live on Trovo every day. Those are the two platforms I'm live constantly, daily. Yes, we're gonna buy this. I don't need to see that. Okay. So we have another garage here. Okay. Now let's go to navigation. Now if we do quick travel to Bakersfield, that's where we would have our garage there. But I'm pretty sure transferring it'll take me to Buttonwillow, or it'll take me down here to get into Bakersfield. If we come down here to Barstow, probably end up taking me to there. Barstow doesn't really have anything. Us LA. Let's go see where we would travel. Let's go check LA. No. Where's the one in LA? We'd probably end up here at Commerce. Most likely here in LA. But I figured that's actually, we'll go to LA. Because we have particularly confirm our 2057 travel. Now, of course, getting all three of these locations Yep. And of course I get a vehicle crash offense. I'm gonna take ourselves, but this is all we're doing for the last little bit. I was going to do it next episode, And I'm like, I have time to do this, so we're now in LA. And I'm not going, and I'm going to have one in every state, but I'm not going to do the red states. I'm only going to do blue states. And mostly blue states only. Only. So, yeah. I went, got up, got some food, and something to eat, earlier, so I went and got food a little bit. I'm gonna go, I gotta do a couple other things, not yet. I wish I could zoom in closer. But we will see. Now this is only gonna be 2 spots. And of course we're gonna have some trailer damage. Yes, we really want to buy this garage. Okay. Now we have two free garages. Now of course let's go to used trucks. Let's check up on our used international stuff. We have an international LT high-rise sleeper, an LT high-rise sleeper. We have one, which is definitely going to, we'll do the LT down here. Okay. Now, there's the garage. Costs a minimum of 100 to upgrade here. I'm actually wondering if I pull in. rest. Get ourselves some resting here. And look at that. We're at $250,000 right now. Okay. So we can go out and buy another garage. Okay. But we don't have, but we would rather, instead of going out and buying another garage, let's actually fill up on a, we do not have any more internationals from here, but let's go to truck dealers. International, since we can buy online. International Lone Star and LT cabs. We do not have the Skyrise Sleeper because we're not 24 or for those two, but we do have the International Lone Star. We also can buy another LT high-rise sleeper. Let's go and customize this. Just like we can get the Skyrise sleeper. Okay, we can do the Skyrise sleeper. And I will, but I think we will not do the Skyrise sleeper. We'll do the high-rise sleeper. We'll go down with the Cummins. Add the retarder to it. That's a medium 6x4. Yeah, that's available at 23 to unlock some of these things. So that's why that's not available to us right now. We have a diamond. I wanted to see Diamond Elite, this one's gonna be mine. The other one is just gonna be okay. Okay. Now let's go on the inside. This one's a modern truck. 4-spoke International. We have the 3-spoke International. We got the 3-spoke Pearl. Buy it. But that's by the 3-spoke Pearl. I don't want that. I want something Colts. Genesis, Milestone. Lays, Taft, classic truck, classic polyurethane. So that's the International Classic. I like the one I'm driving though. But I want to try this one out since this is a different truck. I'm trying to see. We got the Retro Blackout. Natural brown leather. The flames, the fight, mud flap girls, really. Um, like these are. Whereas we have. Do we have the international color? Like, it's a Scania, but we don't have Scanias. Yeah, we have the white international, but I don't like. Actually, I like the four spoke. There. And trans flag in the corner. Disable all, and then only the mod. The rainbow flag. Pride pillow. Up there we can put the flag, but I don't want to put the flag. We're going to come down here. We're going to go to the SLA Mega Pack. We'll just do that. I like that, actually. Nice. And let's see, change is okay, that one's unable to match my filters. Okay, let's just enable them all because we can do dashboard. EV on there. We can come over here, we'll put our TomTom there. There. Put a Coca-Cola can there, and put another Coca-Cola can in there because I love my Coke. Over the bottles of 6-pack of bottles there. White truck info. Right. Look at the standard sun shield. Alright, and then I need to find transgender pride flag there. Confirm. Actually, can we... I want to see if we can change... Hold on. No, just change the paint color. To follow the same paint, except all we do is we just throw it into white. Maybe throw it in the Starburst White this time. But I don't think so. I think we'll just stick with what we normally go with. Let confirm. There, we need to check the truck. We need to go to international. And then doubles, standard or exclusive. I don't throw those on. Extended. Vent. $280 gal chrome. Yeah, we'll do chrome there, because we have some chrome. Standard for that. Disable. That there. And then enable that. No, we'll stick with that. That was default on the truck in the first place. That's fine. Let's see what we got for you. Exclusive black. Oversized. Extended. Okay. Now this one has been confirmed. Purchase. We have now 2 trucks. The other truck in the fleet, if you go to truck manager now, the international LT for this one, we will upgrade you to the highest standard on that. Just to confirm the order on that. And then I think we'll do that to start with, and then I don't think, yeah, it's going to cost us 23, and we do not have 23. Cancel the modifications. Now let's go to services, let's go to bank. We're going to bank on 200,000 services. Truck manager. And then we'll confirm those two for us. And that's going to give us a whole host of couple new drivers for us in Los Angeles. We do have the other garage that now we're going to take the driver manager. Let's go look at the truck manager. We're going to take the International Lone Star. And move you guys over there. Go to driver manager. Relocate you Might not be your same truck, but we're gonna relocate both of you. And then we're going to relocate me. I have to remember, truck manager. I have to remember which one. Okay, that's just the default one. This is the bigger sized. So we'll go with the inner. So this one's mine. So the second one is mine. So we're gonna move ourselves. To that there. And then we're gonna gather higher. You for that job. And Felipe came in and has got 4. We will hire you for this job. Okay. We've got our 2 other drivers now. We are fully kitted out. There's one last thing that we need to do as a truck manager. We need to go and find upgrade you. And we're gonna go on the inside. We'll clear you out, clear you out, clear everything out of here. We'll leave that. We'll leave the TomTom. Clear you out. The rainbow flag will go there. Put the rainbow flag. We'll swap those out. Out. And we will leave Magnus M following that. Now, I wanted to check to see okay, so we do not get the pride thing right there. That's okay. Don't want it. Don't need it. We've got what we need. Confirm their order. So now we can purchase garages any way we want. We now have we have at least now 3 garages. We have 2 in Colorado now that are going to be active in there. We have 3 in the other one and 2. So basically we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers now. We are fully ready to go. 6 drivers in total, 7 drivers in total, including me. So we are now officially ready to get off for the day, guys. And I will see you guys later. 9/20/22, 2025. Alright, we'll catch you guys later. I gotta go do a few things. And then if you're watching here on YouTube, we'll catch you tomorrow. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Subscribing is free to do so. Um, and that. So anyway, we will hold on. Hold on. Okay. Well, I have to get off, guys. So I know I would love to stay on for another haul, but I can't. Um, Tomorrow, guys, we'll get into some American Truck Simulator tomorrow. Maybe. Um, I. It's a maybe. Um, but if you guys want to know everything in the mods, everything that I use, it will be down there in the description. Today I did not add that. I will add that into the things so you guys can kind of. I will put the link to where you can get the mods. A link to all the compatible mods that I use. So you guys can stay up to date. Also, if you guys want to see content from me, to be subscribed. Subscribing is free to do so here on YouTube. It is free to hit that bell notification with the all. It is also, if you hit that bell notification with the all, it'll basically allow you to get notified 90% of the time. Not gonna be perfect. When I do go live. If you guys are watching on YouTube as well, let me know down in the comments if you guys are enjoying this series, and enjoying what I have to say. Let me know anything that you have to say on the conversations in the chat or in the comments section, and stuff. And if you're watching on Trovo, subscribing is not free. It's like $2 a month to watch my past live streams. Sometimes they will be back behind a paywall, sometimes they won't be. So just be aware that you might get those behind a paywall. And if you guys are watching on both Trovo and TikTok, you guys can follow. Follow is free to do so. I'm pretty much live daily, twice a day, 3 p.m. to 5:36 during the week. At night, I am live from 9 p.m. till 2 a.m. except for Saturdays. Saturdays is on till 1, and Saturdays I'm on if Barnacules is not on in the afternoon. Other than that, things may change between now and me finding a job, so just be aware of that. Things will change at some point, but I will let you know when that does. So anyway, we will catch you guys later.